Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-096. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grant.
Edward Grant is present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 hearings on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphone for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business today is the show cause hearing status, case number 21 CMP 00014, Petworth Cigars, license number 110934. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case is case number 20 CC 00081, High Market, license number 105727. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. James, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, are there any, if there's someone else on the line for this case? I think Mr. Is a Miss or Miss Kim? If you're on the line for this case, can you please identify yourself through the chat? All right. Mr. Jordan, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of government.
All right, good morning, Mr. Jordan. All right, this is a show cause hearing status. This matter then is scheduled for cause hearing on September 15th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00524, Chicken and Whiskey, license number 103863. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the case by the government. See Board Order Number 2021-386. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00057, Desperados Pizza, license number 84731. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer and compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is District Winery, license number 98684. This hearing has been continued to September 15th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar, there's a fact-finding hearing, case number 21-251-00014, Public Bar, license number 81238. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. O'Brien, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Brashears, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Butler, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Issa, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For all the parties, if you have a camera, can you please turn your cameras on, please? You have a camera, Mr. Issa?
Yes. I should be on.
Yes, good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing. Let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. O'Brien. Please spell and state your name. Mr. O'Brien, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephen O'Brien for the respondent, the licensee, STEPHEN OBRIEN.
Is the licensee on, Mr. O'Brien? Who's that?
That would be Mr. Issa, and we are also expecting Mr. Williams.
Mr. Issa, can you please identify yourself for the record, pleis?
Yes, John Issa, co-owner, operator, Public Bar.
Can you spell and state your name, please, sir?
JOHNISSA, John Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Issa.
Thank you.
Let's start with the investigator. So I'll start with Supervisor Investigator Brashears. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that, sir. Supervisor Investigator Brashears, that's M-A-R-K. Last name is B-R-A-S-H-E-A-R-S.
Mr. Butler, Investigator Butler, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Investigator Donnell Butler, that's D-O-N-N-E-L-L-B-U-T-L-E-R.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. O'Brien, what's the name of the other person, the other owner you're expecting, sir?
Chris Williams.
Mr. Williams, if you're online, can you please identify yourself in the chat so your rights can be elevated? And Mr. O'Brien, if this person's not here, can we move forward or do we have to wait for them?
I believe we can move forward.
So, Mr. Williams, if you're online, please identify yourself in the chat so we can elevate your rights, sir. All right.
Mr. Chair, he does not appear to be online, but I'll keep a lookout for him.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing on Public Bar. A summary of this case is Supervisor Investigator Mark Brashears received a hotline call from MPD concerning an assault that had taken place at Public Bar. the victim, an employee at the establishment, was assaulted by two unknown patrons. The victim told MPD that a male patron pushed her and hit her in the chest when she tried to break up a verbal alteration. Supervisor investigator Brashears responded to the establishment with investigator Jones. They interviewed the participants in this matter, and it's also my understanding that investigator Butler also reviewed the security footage. So, as you are aware, Mr. O'Brien, this is a fact-finding hearing. The board is just trying to gather information regarding what occurred. As you are aware, the board cannot make any specific findings and facts and conclusions of law at a fact-finding hearing. We cannot order the establishment to take any action. The establishment, however, can volunteer to take measures. But so I just want to advise you, and I'm aware that you are aware, but I just want to advise the parties that this is just that the board, we're just investigating to gather some more facts to make a determination whether or not we will make a decision on whether further action will occur, or whether or not this is just, we'll take no other action. All right. So what we'll do is that we'll start off with Supervisor Investigator Brashears, and so he can inform us how is it that he became aware of this matter.
Yes, sir. Basically, on June 27th, approximately 2:10 a.m., I received an ABRA hotline call from MPD Officer Roselli. He stated he was at the establishment and assault had occurred and he was requesting ABRA assistance. So I gathered Investigator Butler, Lead Investigator Danzler, and we responded to the establishment at approximately 2:30 a.m. Upon arriving, I conducted an brief interview with the MPD officer. He basically stated that an assault had occurred on the roof deck. I spoke with the ABC manager, who stated that he did not personally witness the event, but stated that an employee, the victim in this case, was punched in the face. He provided the video, showed us the video camera footage, the various camera angles. I spoke with him at length about the security plan, settlement agreement. He stated they were followed. He agreed to provide us the requested video footage within 48 hours. I also spoke with the head of security. He basically stated that he did not witness the event himself. Basically, an all-call went out on the radio. The establishment uses radios to communicate. An all-call went out for assistance on the roof deck, to which he responded. He also stated that the victim had been hit. With regard to further investigating that I did, I reviewed the security plan, the settlement agreement. It appears that during the event, the establishment was operating during their licensed hours. They were operating within the settlement agreement. They followed the security plan in that they created an incident log. They held the door when the event occurred. All of security basically responded. So it appeared on the surface to me that the establishment followed the appropriate procedures. The situation, unfortunately, the assailant escaped because at some point, in addition to the victim being assaulted, an unknown female sprayed what we believe to be OC spray or pepper spray. In the confusion, people rubbing their eyes and things going on, the assailant seems to have gotten out of the establishment. And then Investigator Butler actually reviewed the video footage and I believe spoke with the victim.
Hold on. All right. Ms. Andrews, can you elevate the rights of hold on.
Sure, stand by.
Yeah, Investigator
Investigator
Dancer.
Dantzler, your rights have been elevated.
I'm Investigator Dancer. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Felicia Dantzler, F like Frank, Elicia, D like David, ANT like time, Z like zebra, LER.
All right, thank you. Investigator Butler, can you bring us up to speed? What is it that you were able to find out as a result of your investigation?
Yes, good morning. During that time, on June 27th, when I arrived, I interviewed the victim, female victim employee, stated that she was working on the rooftop and she observed several patrons in a verbal altercation. And when she tried to intervene and break up that altercation, she was pushed and subsequently hit in the shoulder. At that time, she immediately ran out and alerted security, who came in. And at that time, she said that unknown female patient had sprayed pepper spray, and most of the patrons who were on the roof deck started to leave. But other than being punched and pushed, she wasn't really hurt as bad.
So, I'm sorry, you reviewed the camera. Is that you reviewed the video? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what is it that, what did your review of the video show, sir?
Unfortunately, when I reviewed the camera, it showed the security running towards the roof deck, but it did not show the actual event that happened. So it was unable to see the physical and the pushing and the patrons. It only showed the patrons running or leaving the rooftop area.
So is it that they, at least in your view, they did not have adequate coverage from the rooftop, or did not provide you a camera angle that would have covered the incident?
Yeah, I believe that the camera angle, they didn't have appropriate sight on the incident itself on the rooftop. It didn't. It only showed right there, maybe right to the entrance of the rooftop and no further.
All right. Investigator Dancer, is there anything that you can add to what Supervisor Investigator Bashir shared and Mr. Butler shared? Ms. Danzler.
Yes, just to say that I reviewed the video footage only one time on the night of the incident, and the victim, at first it appeared to me that she was spitting on the assailant, and I asked of her asked her of her, was she spitting on the assailant, and she stated that she was not. She was actually yelling at him, something to the effect, hit me, go ahead and hit me. And at that point is when he actually punched her.
All right, thank you. Are any of the investigators, prior to me asking Mr. O'Brien any questions, anything else you need to add? Any of the investigators?
Mr. Chair, I think we've established that the victim of the assault was an employee, a female employee. I would ask the investigators, I know this is not cross-examination, but I would ask
hold on a minute, Mr. O'Brien. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Now, I was asking the investigators if any of the three, if they want to add anything else, and then I'm going to have the board. Yeah. Any additions by any of the investigators? They need to add anything, clarification?
Yeah, yes, Chairperson. When I spoke with the ABC manager, it appears we got the video footage that was available for that floor. And although, as Investigator Butler testified, you can see a victim at one point, you can see some people pushing and leaving. It appears we got the only camera angle, so there may be a situation on the roof deck where this perhaps happened in a blind spot that the camera did not see, but it appears they provided what they had.
Thank you, Mr. Brashears. Any questions by any board members of any of the investigators?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question for Investigator Brashears.
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead, please.
Investigator Brashears, thank you for your report. Thank you for your service. Other than the camera angle on the roof deck where the assault alleged to have occurred, did you find any other arbor violations?
I did not observe any other ABRA violations. I looked and saw, basically observed that the establishment has 16 cameras throughout the establishment on the monitor. I reviewed the settlement agreement and the security plan with regard to what occurred. And on the night of the incident, the establishment had the appropriate number of security personnel. They were located as specified in the security plan. There was a section in the security plan that spoke of basically all the security personnel to respond to an incident. They did. So I did not observe any violations with regard to those things. And I know Investigator Butler conducted a brief regulatory inspection. And from what I understand, the documents and things, as far as the ABC license, certificate of occupancy, those things were all in order.
Thank you very much. And this question is for Investigator Dantzler.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Dantzler, other than you seeing a face-to-face between the alleged victim and the alleged assaulter, did you observe any violations other than those that you mentioned?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you very much. And Investigator Butler, did you observe anything that should bring to the attention of this board while you were there in investigating this incident?
No, as Supervisor Marks said, we noticed no violations other than the fact that the disturbance, had happened on the rooftop, and the victim seemed to be a little shaken, but she was okay.
Okay, do you think if they got some angles, the camera angles changed, maybe the next time this would be better documented?
Yes, sir, that would be helpful, yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your report, all three of you. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I'd like to direct my first question to Mr. O'Brien.
Hold on, Mr. We haven't gotten there yet, Mr. So you can address the investigators once.
Investigators, okay. Thank you. Any of the three investigators can respond to this. So the security plan mentioned, if I heard correctly, the security plan mentioned 16 cameras.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Did it further indicate how many cameras would be used to show the roof deck, areas of the roof deck?
There was a diagram in the security plan with reference to the cameras, and it appeared the camera location was accurate.
So my understanding then, hearing that, is that while they were in compliance with the security plan regarding the cameras that they mentioned, that it's the testimony of the inspectors that perhaps there needs to be additional cameras, or the cameras that deal with the roof deck need just to be turned.
I can't. I mean, you're correct, sir. From what I could tell, the camera was placed appropriately as per the security plan. As to whether it needs to be adjusted or possibly more cameras, that could possibly be ascertained if we did a camera review at the establishment.
Yes, thank you. I only raise this because it's my belief that cameras can help absolve a licensee as well as show what the incident actually was. And it's just disappointing for me to make determinations if the cameras are not in the right space or enough of them, because I do believe these cameras can help absolve licensees and show that they were in compliance. That's basically all. I just think that we don't have enough information on what was happening on the roof deck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? I hear none. Mr. Bryan, how is it that your client intends to respond to the allegations that were made in the report?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we certainly are going to take a look at the camera coverage on the roof and determine if cameras need to be reoriented or supplemented. And I thank Mr. Grandis for his observation that that's usually to the benefit of the establishment. Other than that,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryan, go ahead.
okay. Other than that, I did not hear any suggestion by any of the investigators that the establishment did anything wrong here. If we accept that incidents happen from time to time and happen anywhere, if we accept that, then based on what I've heard, I don't perceive any criticism of the conduct of the establishment in this point. I would like to just confirm a couple things if I could. It's my understanding, I guess I'm asking the investigators, it's my understanding that it was the establishment that called MPD. Are any of the investigators able to confirm that?
Yes, sir. Basically, the MPD officer stated that someone from the establishment, he was out front, basically came outside, alerted him to the situation, and he subsequently entered the establishment.
Thank you. We know that there was an individual who assaulted the female server. We also know that a female patron employed what we believe to be pepper spray. Do we know if the male assailant and the female pepper sprayer were in the same party?
To my understanding, sir, that was not ascertained by MPD. However, it was stated that the individual that sprayed the pepper spray or sprayed what we believe to be pepper spray left her identification, and that information was turned over to MPD for follow-up.
Do we know if MPD has followed up?
I am unaware of that at this time, sir.
Okay. Would it be fair to summarize by saying that the establishment cooperated fully with the investigation of this matter?
Yes, sir. They provided the information we requested. They provided the video footage. They answered our questions, and I saw no issues with the level of cooperation that they gave us. But you may want to query the other investigators as to what they observed.
Right, then if I could ask Investigator Butler, did the establishment afford you full cooperation?
Yeah, from my observation and my investigation, they did cooperate fully.
Thank you, and Ms. Dantzler?
Yes, the establishment cooperated.
All right, thank you to all the investigators, Mr. Chair. I really don't have anything to add.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bryan. Do you know how many cameras are currently on the roof?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Issa.
Hi. We have 3 cameras on the roof and then 1 by the emergency exit back door. So 4 total.
Mr. Brian, would your client be open to have the ABRA investigator come through to view the camera angles to see if there are any blind spots that, well, clearly there are some blind spots, and make some recommendation to the establishment about how to address those blind spots?
Most certainly open to that.
All right, thank you. So I would then, Supervisor Investigator Bashir, it's my understanding that I'm not sure how it is, but it appears that the establishment is open to that. So probably through the channels, and I would ask that the agency work with the establishment to on that issue, please.
Yes, sir. We can certainly follow up and make sure that gets taken care of.
Mr. Chair, I will furnish Investigator Bashir's with John Issa's direct contact information for that purpose.
All right. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Any other questions by any board members or anyone else? Any additional questions or concerns anyone wants to raise?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I have a question just a general question for the inspectors, if they know the answer. It's sort of alarming to me that there was a patron that used a substance like pepper spray and caused such discomfort and perhaps injury to people. In DC, are we allowed to carry pepper spray?
I can't speak to the actual law with regard to pepper spray or OC spray. That searches and things are covered in the establishment's security plan, but the establishment does not routinely do searches according to the security plan. They occasionally do searches and pat downs depending on the situation. And it's unfortunate, but it's not uncommon for a small vial of pepper spray to be smuggled in on a person's body. I mean, it does happen. But with regard to the legality of the use of it in DC, I cannot speak to that, sir.
So my question, okay, just as a follow-up, you're saying you usually smuggle in. Does that mean if there had been a pat down, and I'm not suggesting there should have been, but if security or the doorman found that someone had a can of pepper spray, are they able to take it or tell them they can't enter with it? I'm just trying to understand what your procedure would be.
Well, typically, most security personnel, anything they consider contraband, gun, knife, OC spray, anything that's not allowed in is usually taken from the individual. And if it's a nature of such a weapon, such as a gun or a knife, things like that, MPD is usually involved. Typically, anything else is returned to the patron as they exit the establishment.
I mean, I raise this concern because I could imagine the panic that could occur in a small space if somebody used this. I'd like to ask Mr. Issa a question. Mr. Issa, I want to thank you for being here today. I understand that some of your security camera footage had visuals of this female who had the pepper spray. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, it wasn't a very clear shot, and there was a lot of confusion after it had been sprayed or just running out, covering their face. Everyone was we were trying to get everyone to exit the rooftop, so there wasn't a clear shot of her face.
And the assailant, I raised the question about the assailant also being on camera. Was there any clear footage of that individual?
Not clear, no, not super clear, but what you could really make it after, and everyone was panicking and just roof.
Okay, I understand. If you all had a good image of either the assailant or this female, would you all prevent that person from entering the establishment in the future?
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Grandis? All right. Any final comments you want to make, Mr. O'Brien, before I bring this here into closure?
No, sir. I asked the investigators whether they were aware if the male assailant and the female pepper sprayer were in the same party. We don't know the answer to that. What I was wondering was whether the pepper spray was deployed in order to enable the assailant to escape in the confusion. But that's a question that I don't have the answer to. That's why I asked about it.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you, Mr. Asa. Thank you, Supervisor Investigator Brashears, Investigator Butler, and Lead Investigator Dantzler. The board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much for your appearance today. And as you stated, Mr. O'Brien, you will provide Mr. Isa's contact information to Mr. Brashears for the agency to follow up, to just look at the camera angles to see what changes, if any, can be made to the view on the rooftop. And again, this is, you're volunteering this. The board is not ordering you to do this. So this is a volunteer action that Mr. O'Brien has stated that the establishment is open to do that. So I want to thank everyone for their participation today, and this hearing has been concluded. Thank you very much. All right, we are at the end of our morning's calendar, and so we're going to now do our legal agenda. All right, the first matter on, you're free to go, Mr. O'Brien. The first matter on, thank you. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's review of Dick's Market's request for reinstatement of its license renewal application. This is Dick Market license, DIX Market license number 116408. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of Northeast Boundaries Civic Association's opposition to Dick's Market's request for reinstatement of its license renewal application. This again, Dick's Market license number 116408. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our on our agenda is a review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C's opposition to Dick's Market's request for reinstatement of its protest. This is Dick's Market license number 116408. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of Northeast Boundaries Civic Association's request for reinstatement of its protest. It's again in Dick's Market license number 116408. This is also moot. The next matter on our agenda is a review of Dick's Market's opposition to the Northeast Boundaries Civic Association's request for reinstatement of its protest. This is again Dick's Market license number 116408. This matter is also moot. The next matter on our agenda, our legal agenda, is a review of A.M. Bakahe's motion for reconsideration of the order denying his motion for reinstatement of his protest. This is in Big Ben Liquors license number 060652. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is review of Big Ben's Liquor's opposition to Payham Bakahe's motion for reconsideration. It's again in Big Ben Liquor, license number 060652. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated July 16th, 2021 between ANC 6B and the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 071793. I make a motion that we approve this with modifications. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of the amendment to the settlement agreement dated July 25th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and the Gold Bar and Lounge, license number 114757. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is review of a settlement agreement dated July 27th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Exotic Wine and Spirits, license number 118158. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of the Metropolitan Department's fact-finding hearing request dated July 19th, 2021 in Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. I make a motion that we approve this request and set a fact-finding hearing for August 11th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of the Metropolitan Department's fact-finding hearing request dated July 18th, 2021 in Bravo, license number 071564. I make a motion to grant this request and set a fact-finding hearing for August 11th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Mr. Short, I second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B's request to extend the protest petition deadline to September 17th, 2021. This is in La Casina DC license number 118360. I make a motion that we approve this request and to extend the protest petition deadline to September 17th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis says second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission's 8 days motion for reconsideration of the denial on its motion for reinstatement of its protest. This is in Union Liquor, license number 109197. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 0-0. The next matter on our agenda is the review of Union Liquor's opposition to Advisory Neighborhood Commission's 8 days motion for reconsideration. This is Union Liquor, license number 109197. This is now moot. The next matter on our agenda is review of Mart Liquor's motion for continuance. This is in Mart Liquor, license number 108836. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandison, I agree. The matter passes 5-1 with Mr. Short in opposition. The next matter on our agenda is a review of the protestant's motion for continuance. This is in the Mart Liquors case, license number 108836. This is now moot. The next matter on our agenda is a review of an offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing. This is for Rose's Queen Liquors, license number 060811. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale of an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-781. There is a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 60 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Term 2, suspension. The license shall be suspended for 5 days, with all 5 days stayed for 1 year, pending completion of alcohol awareness training for all employees who serve alcoholic beverages within 90 days from the acceptance of this offer in compromise. Charge 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. There's a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 60 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. That is it. OIC. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next matter is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 2nd, 2021. This is Petworth Cigars, license number 110934. I make a motion that we approve this. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is the offer in compromise for Petworth Liquor, there shall be failure to comply with mayor's order and board's emergency rulemaking statutory authority, 23 DCMR section 810.2 and DC code section 25823A1. The fine is that there's a fine of $101,000 payable within 120 days of the board's accepting the OIC, and if payment is not made within 120 days, the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that we accept this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of the offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 3rd, 2021. This is in Canton Restaurant, license number 075479. This is the offer in compromise in this case. Charge 1, increase interior occupancy, statutory authority, DC code section 25823A7. And the government has dismissed, I'm sorry, this is both, this is for case number 19 CMP 00022 and for case number 19-251-00107. Yes, for case number 19 CMP 00022, the charge was increased interior occupancy, statutory authority, DC code section 25823A7. That case will be dismissed. For case number 19-251-00107, charge 1, interference with an investigation, statutory authority, DC code section 25823A5. There is a fine of $2,500 payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. That is the offer in compromise for both cases. I make a motion that we accept the offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next case on our licensing agenda is the suspension of the on-premises alcohol sales and consumption notice of 15th emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. So let's now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for an entertainment endorsement. This is La Goaris, license number 115606. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for change of hours for, again, La Riguas, license number 115606. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application to expand approved entertainment endorsement outdoors to provide live entertainment on the rooftop summer garden. This is for Targula Caribbean Bar and Grill, license number 107131. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for the carry-out delivery endorsement. This is for the ministry, license number 108087. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. It appears that
Edward
Mr.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis has agreed, and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on this agenda is a review application for the carry-out and delivery endorsement. This is for Pearl's Bagels, license number 116638. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. All right. So we're now going to do the administrative docket. I'm sorry, hold on. So we'll do the administrative docket. This is the administrative docket for August 4th, 2021. There are there are 13 establishments on this docket. I will review the names and the requests, and I will, at the end of the list, I will make a motion that we approve the request. So the first request, the request made from Craft Spirits Monthly, license number 117873. They are retailer A internet. This is for a new ABC license application. The next request is for a request from Puerto Osteria, license number 118338. They are retailer C restaurant. It's a letter of request to amend ownership for Giovanni Ippolito from 33% to 9% ownership. The next request, a request made by Urban Roast District Eats the Hound, license number 115510. Their retailer C Tavern. It's a change of hours application. The next request, a request made by Urban Roast District Eats the Hounds, license number 115513. Their retailer C Tavern. Letter of request to expand to the second floor with 50 seats and an occupancy load of 55. Premises total occupancy is 158. The next request, a request made by Grand Central, license number 076693. Their retailer C Restaurant stock transfer application. The next request, a request made by the Mayflower Club, license number 116450. Their retailer C Nightclub trade name change application to change the name to the Mayflower Club Zebby's Garden. The next request, a request made by Retro Wine and Spirits, license number 108135. They are retailer a liquor store transferred to new location, which is now 22 M Street Northeast. The next request, a request made by Cultura, license number 118175. They are retailer C Tavern, alcohol carry out and delivery endorsement. The next request, a request made by Cultura, license number 118175. They are retailer C Tavern. They will now want to increase of occupancy load for Summer Garden from 60 to 144. The next request, a request made by Cultura, license number 118175. Retailer C Tavern, expansion of premises to 2002 to the expansion of premises to now 2002 through 2006 Fenwick Street Northeast, increasing occupancy load from 385 to 1,015. The next request, a request made by formerly MAHK Meetings LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 116881. Their retailer C Tavern, transferred to new location, 1806 Vernon Street Northwest. The next request, a request made by Zakhar, Zakhar, AMCHISLAVSKY. This is for import permit, license number IMP 00026. It's a personal import permit application. The next request, a request made by James Bishkoff. This is again license number 21 IMP 00025. This is a personal importation permit application. I make a motion that the board approves the request on this agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license 1-day substantial change docket for August 4th, 2021. There are 11 requests on this agenda. I will read all 11, and at the end of the list, I will ask the board to approve the request. The first request is a request made by Megan B. McGuire. This is for baby shower on August 4th, 2021. This is at 2111 Florida Avenue Northwest. The license number is 118969. The next request is a request made by Miles B. Ryan. This is for 7 Drums Lessons LLC. The event dates are August 5th, August 6th. The location, the license address is 1508 North Capitol Street Northwest. The license number is 118974. The next request, a request made by made from Miles B. Ryan. This is for 1-day license class F. This is for 7 drums lessons. This is the date of the event is August 11th, 2021. The license number is 118975. The next request, a request again made by Miles B. Ryan. This is a 1-day substantial license class F for 7 Drums Lessons LLC. The date of the event is August 13th, 2021, and the license number is 118976. The next request, another request made by Miles D. Ryan. This is again for 1-day license class F from 7 Drums LLC. The date of the event are August 26th, 2021 and August 27th, 2021. The license number is 118977. The next request, a request made from Louis Jacoby. This is for 1-day license class F. This is for baby shower. This is on August 7th, 2021. The license number is 118985. The next request is a request made from Anafendi S. Carroll. This is for one-day license class F. The date of the event is August 14th, 2021. The license number is 119020. The next event is a request made by Brian D. Henry. This is for one-day license class G. This is the event is Hen Block Party. The date of the event is August 14th, 2021. The license number is 119021. The next request is a request made by Yuandi O. Kenhende. This is for one-day license class G. This is for wedding. This is August 20th, 2021. The license number is 119036. The next request made by Camille P. Hammond. This is a one-day license class G. Again, this is a wedding. This is on August 27th, 2021. The license number is 118987. The next request is a request made by the Heist Group. It's a one-day substantial change event. This is a one-day substantial change to use license of premises at 2700 F Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. Kennedy Center rooftop. The date of the event is August 7th, 2021. The license number is 105012, and the substantial change number is 21 SC 00748. I therefore make a motion that the board approves these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning agenda. The board will therefore be in recess until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a good morning. Thank you.
Roll with that.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have 5 other members who are joining us this afternoon. They are James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board there, we have 6 board members today, so therefore we do have a quorum to conduct business. Before we get started with this afternoon session, I would like to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 3 cases on our calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business for this afternoon, it's show cause hearing. The first case on our calendar is case number 19-251-00107, My Canton Restaurant, license number 75479. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration approval. The offer in compromise was accepted by the board and read in the record 6-0 this morning on our legal calendar. The next case is another show cause hearing, case number 20 CIT 00577, the Dirty Goose, license number 10299. This case has been continued to September 15th. Hold on. Yes, this case has been continued to September 15th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. And the next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing, case number 21-251-00017, Mart Liquors, license number 108836. Ms. Angeles, can you please elevate the rights for the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. O'Brien, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Plates, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Kim, your rights have been elevated. Sergeant Tubbs, your rights have been elevated. And Mr. or Ms. Cho, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Brien, we have a Korean interpreter. Who are we interpreting for, sir?
For Un Ok Cho, the owner of the business.
All right, the owner, can we have the owner? All right, okay. Ms. Kim, can you raise your right hand, please? Ms. Kim, okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
All right, yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Do you swear or, all right, do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret the proceedings in this matter from English into Korean and from Korean into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Can you please state your name, state and spell your name for the record and your relationship, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Kyung-suk Kim. My first name is Kyung-suk, Kyongsook, and my last name is Kim, Kim.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kim. All right, you can put your hand down, Ms. Kim. All right, Ms. Kim, what I would like you to do I need you to translate everything that's said today. So I will make sure that I will stop at the appropriate juncture for you to translate. I will ask all the parties that, since the matter has been translated from English into Korean and vice versa, that you take that in consideration. All right?
I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I would like all the parties to identify. Sergeant Tubbs, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? I will ask everyone to identify themselves for the record and state and spell their name, and I will start with you, Mr. O'Brien.
예, 그러면은 각자가 자기 소개를 해주시는데요. 그럼 오브라인 씨부터 시작하겠습니다. 성함을 말씀하신 다음에 철자를 불러주십시오.
Stephen O'Brien, Stephen O'Brien.
스티븐 오브라이언, O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Brien. And who's your?
It is Un-Ok Cho.
And could we have Miss Cho please spell and state her name for the record, please?
그러면은 조은옥 씨께서는 이름을 말씀하시고 나서 영어 철자를 좀 불러주십시오.
My name is Yun Cho, and it's E-U-N, and last name C-H-O.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cho. I would like everyone to mute their microphone if they're not speaking. So if you're not speaking, please ensure that your microphone is muted. Okay,
제가
thank you.
여러분에게 당부를 드리건데 말씀을 하지 않을 때는 여러분 모두 마이크를 건 상태로 좀 두세요.
All right. Ms. Plates, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Investigator Vanessa Plates, V-A-N-E-S-S-A. Last name is P-L-E-I-T-E-Z.
Thank you. Sergeant Tubbs, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Sergeant Tubbs, you're on mute, and can you adjust your camera so we can see your face, sir?
사전트 텁스께서는 지금 저희가 볼 수가 없기 때문에 마이크하고 지금 비디오를 좀 켜주십시오.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you see me as well?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Johnny Tubbs. First name spelling is Johnnny. Last name spelling is Tubbs.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. The ABC board has convened this hearing today at the request of MPD.
모두 안녕하십니까? 저희는 오늘 MTB의 요청에 의해서 오늘 ABC가 같이 모이게 되었습니다.
As a result of an investigation that stemmed from an incident outside the licensed establishment on July 21st, 2021.
저희가 오늘 모이게 된 것은 2021년 7월 21일 날 그 조사한 사건의 결과로서 모이게 되었습니다.
This is ABRA case number 21251-00017.
사건 번호는 21-251-00017입니다.
Please know that this hearing is a fact-finding hearing and is not adversarial.
여러분이 아시고 계셔야 될 게 오늘 이 심리 같은 경우에는 진상을 알아내는 심리이고 어떤 반대 당사자가 있는 심리가 아니라는 것입니다.
We are here today simply to gather facts regarding the incident that involved the shooting of several individuals, one of whom a minor who was fatally injured.
저희가 오늘 이 심리를 가지게 된 이유는 그 총기 사건에 대해서 어떤 사실을 찾아내기 위해서인데 그 총기로 인해서 몇 사람이 연루가 되었고 그 중에서 그 청소년이 심각하게 상해를 입었습니다.
The board will hear from ABRA investigator Vanessa Plates as well as MPD Sergeant Johnny Tubbs.
저희 위원회에서는 수사관이신 바네사 플레이토 씨와 함께 그리고 미스터 터브스의 그 이야기를 듣도록 할 것입니다.
The board will then hear from the respondent and his attorney, Mr. O'Brien.
그리고 나서 저희 위원회에서는 응답자와 그리고 그분의 법률 대리인이신 오브라이언 씨로부터 이야기를 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Right, thank you.
감사합니다.
Okay, Ms. Playliss, can you tell us how are you involved in this case, please?
그러면은 플레이터 씨, 저희에게 선생님께서 어떤 식으로 이 사건에 연루되는지 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
I was assigned an investigation that was initiated after ABRA received a 96-hour closure letter that was submitted by MPD Chief of Police Robert J. Conti III.
예, 제가 이 사건에 연루가 된 것은 아브라가 96 클로즈 그걸 이제 발행하고 나서인데 이것은 로버트 제이 컨티 MDT 치프가 발행을 한 것입니다.
So Ms. Playliss, can you please, did you draft a report and can you go through that report for us, please?
그러면은 플레이더 씨 만약에 그때 작성한 어떤 리포트가 있다면은 거기에 대해서 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
Yes. I received CCN number 210-98377, dated July 17th, 2021, by MPD Officer Jeffrey Wachowski, that stated the following.
예, 제가 2021년 7월 17일자로 CCM 번호 4098377에 해당하는 것을 받았는데요. 이것을 발행한 사람은 윌콕스 MP였습니다.
Hold on,
Uniform.
please. Hold on, Ms. Playliss. Okay. Ms. Kim, can you let Cho know that we are translating everything for her? I need to make sure that she's on camera and paying attention to what's been translated, because that is the reason why there is a translator for her today, please, okay?
예. 지금 미스 최에게 말씀드리고 싶은 게 지금 저희가 오늘 하는 모든 심리를 통역하고 있기 때문에 선생님께서 이렇게 경청을 잘 하셔야 되고요. 그래서 저희가 통역사를 드리게 된 겁니다. 그리고 카메라에 계속 이렇게 잡혀야 됩니다.
And Ms. Kim, can you also let Ms. Cho know that I need her, whatever device she's using for her picture, it needs to be stable. I can't have it moving all over, so it needs to be stable for the duration of this hearing.
그리고 미스 최에게 말씀드리는데 지금 카메라에 있는 그 이미지가 자꾸 바뀌면 안 되고요. 계속 그 상태에서 안정된 상태로 계셔야 합니다.
All right, thank you. Ms. Playliss, can you spell the name of the officer that you had mentioned, please?
Yes.
플레이더 씨, 그러면은 아까 말씀하신 그 경관분들 성함을 좀 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까? 네.
Jeffrey Wachowski, Jeffrey. Last name is Wojciechowsky. His badge number is 11990.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Playliss.
제프리 윌실 카스키이고요. 그 제프리 JEFFREY 그리고 WOJCIEHOWSKY이고요. 배지 넘버는 11990입니다.
Go ahead, Ms. Playliss.
Okay, so the police report stated the following. Uniformed MPD officers overheard the sound of multiple gunshot emanating from the listed area.
그러니까 그 보고서에 이렇게 적혀 있었습니다. NPC 경관들이 지금 그 등록이 된 그 사업체에서 몇 번의 총성을 들었습니다.
Officers immediately responded to the area of the gunshots where they discovered multiple victims suffering from gunshot wounds.
그래서 그 경관들이 즉시 그 총소리가 나는 곳으로 갔고 거기에서 발견한 것이 몇 사람들의 그 피해자들이 그 총상의 피해자들이 있다는 것이었습니다.
Victim 1 was transported to the listed hospital by MPD, where she was pronounced dead by Dr. Angela Maxwell at 23:24 hours.
예, 그리고 그 피해자 중에 한 사람은 즉시 MPB 경관에 의해서 인근 병원으로 옮겨졌는데 맥스웰 의사에 의해서 23시 24분에 사망된 걸로 사망으로 판명이 났습니다.
The additional 5 victims were transported to a local area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
그리고 그 나머지 5사람의 피해자는 인근의 지역 병원으로 옮겨졌는데 그렇게 생명의 위협이 있는 것으로는 알려지지 않았습니다.
Investigation revealed that the listed vehicle was damaged as a result of the shooting.
그리고 그 조사 결과에 따르면은 그 슈팅의 결과로서 차가 손상된 것으로 나왔습니다.
On July 17th, 2021, ABRA Director Musali received a letter from MPD Chief of Police requesting an immediate revocation of Mart Liquor's alcohol license.
그래서 2021년 7월 17일 날 아브라 디렉터인 무살리 씨께서는 이 업체의 라이선스에 대한 어떤 그 정보를 요구를 했습니다.
The letter expressed MPD's concern in reference to the incident that occurred Friday, July 16, 2021.
그래서 그 편지에는 MPD가 2021년 2월이 아니라 7월 16일자 금요일에 일어난 그 사건에 대한 우려를 표시를 했습니다.
MPD's letter expressed concerns about the safety and welfare of the public, therefore implementing a 96-hour closure starting at 9:30 p.m. on July 17th, 2021.
예, 그래서 그 MPD의 그 편지에서는 그 대중의 어떤 안전에 대한 우려가 있기 때문에 96시간 동안 영업을 정지를 하는 것인데 그 시작되는 시간이 2021년 17일 날 오후 9시 30분부터였습니다.
According to MPD's chief of police, Mart Liquors has been subject to numerous complaints from the community members.
그 MPD의 그 치프에 따르면은 리커서는 예전에도 그 주민들로부터 여러 가지 민원이 들어왔습니다.
With the majority being related to disorderly conduct and violence.
대부분의 그 민원 같은 경우에는 대부분의 민원 같은 경우에는 어떤 폭력적인 행동하고 그리고 혼란스러운 행위에 관한 것이었습니다.
As of January 1st, 2021, there has been 256 calls for service.
그래서 2021년 1월 1일자까지 256개의 콜이 만들어졌습니다.
111 of those calls were for disorderly type calls, 80 calls were for disorderly unwanted persons, and 25 calls for selling or buying drugs.
그래서 그 중에서 100여 개 정도가 어떤 문란 행위에 관한 것이었고 80여 개 정도가 그 문란 행위와 함께 그 어떤 폭력적인 행위를 하는 것이었고 그 중에 25개의 콜이 그 마약을 판매하고 사는 것에 관한 민원이었습니다.
On Saturday, July 17th, 2021, at approximately 8:15, investigator Kevin Puente and myself visited Mart Liquors.
2021년 7월 17일 토요일 날 9시 15분경에 케빈과 제가 그곳을 방문을 했습니다.
Upon arriving at the establishment, we spoke to the owner, Mrs. Eun Cho, who agreed to assist with the regulatory inspection.
그리고 거기에 도착해가지고 저희가 그 주인이신 조은 씨를 만났고요. 그분께서 저희가 그 조사를 하는 것을 도와주었습니다.
And agreed to assist with questions regarding the incident that occurred the night prior.
그리고 또한 그 전날 밤에 일어난 사건에 대해서 이렇게 질문을 하는 것에도 질문에 대한 어떤 답변을 하는 것에도 동의를 했습니다.
Ms. Cho stated that the establishment was open at the time of the incident, but the incident occurred in front of the location next door.
미스쇼께서 말씀하시기를 당시 그 사건이 일어났을 때 가게가 문을 연 상태였지만은 그 사건 자체는 그 옆에 있는 건물 앞에서 일어났다고 진술을 했습니다.
Ms. Cho stated that the establishment usually closes around 11:30 to 11:45 p.m. depending on how busy they are.
미스쇼가 말씀하시기를 본인의 가게는 가게의 바쁜 정도에 따라서 11시 30분 아니면은 11시 45분 오후에 밤에 문을 닫는다고 했습니다.
Ms. Cho also stated that she calls MPD practically every day and makes sure that there aren't any patrons loitering outside of the establishment.
그리고 미스쇼가 말씀하시기를 거의 매일 MPD에 전화를 해가지고 자신의 가게 주위를 배회하는 사람이 없는 걸 확인을 받는다고 했습니다.
At which time she provided me with the establishment's MPD call log dating back to February 2020.
그리고 나서 그 시점에서 저에게 그 MPD의 전화를 한 그 기록을 보여주었는데 그게 2020년 2월까지 거슬러 올라가는 것이었습니다.
Those are exhibits 4 through 7 in my report. But please note that those are not all the call logs. They're just the most recent call logs that I took pictures of.
지금 그 부분이 제 보고서의 증거물 4에서 7번에 차지하고 있고요. 여러분이 아셔야 될 게 그게 그분께서 전화하신 목록 전체가 아니라 최근에 전화를 한 목록입니다.
Ms. Cho stated that she hired special police officers approximately 2 weeks prior to the incident and that they work from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
미스 조가 말씀하시기를 이제 특별한 어떤 경관을 고용을 했는데 그 사고가 일어나기 2주 전이었고 그분들은 2시에서 8시 사이에 근무를 한다고 했습니다.
Ms. Cho stated that Mart Liquors has 16 working cameras, which she showed myself and Investigator Puente.
그리고 미스 조께서는 그 가게에 마트 리커스에 16개의 작동이 되는 카메라가 있으며 그 플랜티스와 저에게 그것을 보여주었습니다.
I asked Mrs. Cho if she could play back the incident that occurred the night prior, and she stated that she was not very familiar with the system.
제가 미스 조에게 그 전날 일어난 그 사건에 대한 어떤 그 비디오를 좀 돌려달라고 부탁을 드렸더니 그거를 어떤 식으로 작동하는지 잘 모른다고 말씀을 하셨습니다.
At that time, Investigator Puente played back the footage and recorded it with his ABRA-issued cell phone.
그래서 플란테스가 그 영상을 이렇게 돌린 다음에 그분의 그 핸드폰에다가 저장을 했습니다.
I do have the surveillance video. I also have a description. I'm not sure which one you would like to hear first or see first.
예, 제가 그 비디오하고 그리고 이제 그 진술서를 가지고 있는데 어떤 걸 먼저 뭐 보고 싶든지 아니면은 보고 싶은지는 잘 모르겠습니다.
Mr. Chair, you're mute.
The reason why I don't mute myself. Okay, I'm sorry. Which is better for you? And Miss Andrews, can you give Miss Plater the ability to upload whatever she needs to upload? Okay.
예, 그러면은 경관님께서는 지금 어떤 게 더 먼저 보여주는 게 좋습니까? 그리고 지금 안젤라스께서는 그것을 저희가 같이 볼 수 있도록 좀 해주십시오.
I can describe it first and then we can watch the video.
That's fine, thanks.
예, 그러면은 제가 일단 설명을 먼저 드리고요. 그리고 나서 비디오를 같이 보도록 하겠습니다. 그렇게 하십시오.
Since you have the rights to share your screen.
예, 그러면은 지금 플라이저스께서 지금 그 머티리얼이 있으면은 이제 공유를 하실 수가 있습니다.
The victim was observed in the vicinity of the establishment prior to the shooting.
그 피해자가 그 슈팅이 있기 전에 그 가게 근처에서 있는 걸로 보였습니다.
In between Mart Liquors and Mary's Kitchen, there were approximately 4 men sitting in chairs facing the street.
예, 그 마트 리크스하고 잠깐만 기다리세요. This is a Korean interpreter speaking. What is the name of the second establishment? Mary's Kitchen?
Mary's Kitchen.
Thank you. 그 마트 리커스하고 메리스 키친 그 중간에 4명의 남자가 의자에 앉아가지고 거리 쪽을 향하면서 앉아 있는 것이 목격이 되었습니다.
One male and one female were standing directly in front of the 4 men sitting.
그리고 남자 한 사람하고 여자 한 사람이 앉아 있는 4사람을 바로 보고 서 있었습니다.
A few feet away, there was a female with an orange dress holding the front door of Mary's Kitchen.
그리고 약간 몇 피트 떨어져 가지고 오렌지색 옷을 입은 여자가 메리스 키친 그 가게의 문을 이렇게 잡고 있는 것도 목격이 되었습니다.
A few feet away, there was a female with 2 children.
그리고 그 몇 피트 좀 떨어져 가지고 아이들 2명을 데리고 있는 여성도 있었고요.
One child was between her legs and the other child was riding an electric scooter.
그리고 그 중에서 아이 한 사람은 그 여자의 다리 사이에 있었고, 그리고 나머지 아이는 그 전기 스쿠터를 타고 있었습니다.
At approximately 23 hours, 11 minutes and 53 seconds, I observed everyone ducking and running into Mary's kitchen.
그리고 약 23시 11분 53초경에 제가 목격한 것은 모든 사람들이 지금 숨으려고 메어리스 키친으로 뛰어들어가는 것이었습니다.
At approximately 23 hours, 12 minutes and 12 seconds, MPD is on the scene entering Mary's kitchen to assist the victims.
23시 12분 20초경에 NPC가 그 현장에 도착했고 그 메어리스 키친에 들어갔습니다.
I will now play the video.
이제 제가 비디오를 보여드리겠습니다.
On Saturday, July 17th, 2021, I conducted a review of ABRA records and determined that Mark Liquors does not have a security plan, but does have a settlement agreement.
제가 2021년 7월 17일 토요일 날 에브라 그 기록을 봤더니 그 마트 리커서가 시큐리티 플랜을 가지고 있지는 않았지만은 어떤 합의서는 가지고 있었습니다.
At the time of the visit, Mark Liquors was not in violation of any of its settlement agreement.
제가 방문 당시에 마트 리커서 같은 경우에는 그 합의 사항의 어떤 조건을 어기지 않은 상태였습니다.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
이상입니다. 체어맨.
Thank you, Ms. Plater.
감사합니다.
All right, I'll have Sergeant Tubbs. Do you have anything you want to add, sir?
Not at this time unless the board has any questions for me.
예, 그러면은 사전트 터브스께서는 추가하고 싶은 내용이 있습니까? 아니요. 위원회께서 저에게 질문이 있지 않다면은 저로서는 없습니다.
Any questions by any board members of Ms. Platers?
그러면은 미스 플레이터스에게 보드 멤버 중에서 질문이 있으신 분이 계십니까?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Short.
Investigator Playtest, thank you so very much for such a great report and presentation. How many years?
Hold on, Mr. Short, remember she's translating, please. So remember that.
예,
please.
회장님, 지금 플레이트스에게 지금 보고를 잘 해주시고 프레젠테이션 잘 해주신 것에 대해서 감사드립니다.
Investigator Playtest, in light of the incident, thank you again for an excellent report.
예, 플레이트스 조사관님, 오늘 말씀해 주신 것에 대해서 감사드립니다.
How many years have you been with ARBRA?
선생님께서는 조사관께서는 아브라와 몇 년간 일을 해 오셨습니까?
I've been with ABRA 5 years.
저는 아브라에서 5년간 일을 했습니다.
In your 5 years, how many inspections have you done at this location or in this vicinity?
그러면은 그 5년 동안에 지금 이 지역이나 그 근처에서 이렇게 검사나 조사를 하신 것이 몇 번이나 됩니까?
After 5 years, I can say I've done hundreds of inspections in that area.
한 5년 동안에 약 100차례 정도의 검사를 했다고 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
I'll close by saying again, an excellent report, very descriptive and very full of information for myself as a board member. Thank you very much thank you very much.
예, 마지막으로 제가 다시 한번 말씀드리고 싶은 게 선생님께서 해주신 그 프레젠테이션에 대해서 너무 잘해주신 것에 대해서 다시 감사드립니다. 아주 설명도 잘 하셨고 그리고 저와 그 위원회 멤버들에게 아주 많은 정보를 주셨습니다. 감사드립니다.
All right,
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
예, 미스터 슈어츠 감사드립니다.
Are there any other questions by any other board member?
그러면은 보드 멤버 중에서 또 질문이 있으신 분이 계신가요?
All right, Mr. O'Brien, do you have how is it that your client plan to respond, and also do you have any questions for Ms. Platers? As I stated before, this is just a fact finding here, and we're just trying to gather some facts to take appropriate action, if any.
예, 그럼 오브라이언 씨, 그러면은 기하의 의뢰인께서 어떤 식으로 답변을 하실 생각이십니까? 그리고 또 기하께서는 플레이트 씨에 대해서 질문이 있으십니까? 다시 한번 말씀드리지만은 오늘 심리는 진상조사 심리입니다. 그래서 어떤 정보를 찾아가지고 만약에 조치를 취할 것이 있으면 하려고 하는 것입니다.
Ms. Playtest? You mentioned that the establishment has a settlement agreement. Am I correct that one of the terms of that settlement agreement is that the establishment maintain a log of its calls to MPD?
예, 미스 플레이테스 씨, 선생님께서 그 가게가 합의서를 가지고 있다고 그랬는데 맞지요? 그리고 그 두 조건 중에 하나가 MPD에 전화를 한 그 목록을 가지고 있는 것입니다.
Yes.
예, 맞습니다.
And you mentioned that you had copied the log from February to the date of your investigation. Did I understand that correctly?
그리고 또 선생님께서 말씀하신 게 그 목록의 사본을 가지고 있는데 그게 2월 달부터 그 당시까지라고 했는데 제가 맞게 알고 있는 겁니까?
I reviewed the call log, and I saw that it was February 2020. However, I only took pictures of the call log until May 12th is what I've provided to the board in this report, in my report.
제가 그 전화한 기록 2020년 2월 달에까지의 어떤 그 기록을 보고요. 봤지만은 실제로 제가 사진을 찍은 것은 5월 12일까지고요. 그리고 그거를 제가 위원회에 제출을 했습니다.
Which are exhibits 4 through 7.
그리고 지금 그 부분이 증거물 4에서 7에 해당합니다.
I don't have those exhibits in front of me. Can you tell me the dates encompassed by those exhibits?
그러면은 제가 그 증거물을 가지고 있지 않기 때문에 말씀드리는데요. 그 날짜를 좀 불러주시겠습니까?
May 12th, 2021 through July 15th.
2021년 5월 10일부터 2021년 7월 15일까지입니다.
But you did see logs going back from before May of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
그렇지만은 선생님께서 올해 5월 이전에 그 기록을 해놓은 로그도 보셨습니다. 맞습니까? 네, 맞습니다.
Chief Conti's letter to Mr. Musali recites, and I'm looking at the last paragraph on the first page, that second to last paragraph on the first page, that since January 1, there have been 256 calls for service to that location. Do you see that in Chief Conti's letter?
Yes.
그 칩 칸티 씨께서 무살리 씨께 보낸 편지를 보면은 그 1페이지에 밑에서 마지막 두 번째 문단을 보면은 그 서비스 요청을 한 게 1월 달까지 256건이라고 지금 나와 있는데요. 그거 지금 보이십니까? 네.
Did you have occasion to count the number of calls for service from the establishment's log for the same period of time? That is the period of time starting January 1.
그러면은 선생님께서 그 가게에서 그 전화를 한 목록에 나오는 그 콜을 한 그 숫자를 한번 이렇게 계산을 해 보신 적이 있습니까? 그 기간 동안에 여기서 그 기간이라는 것은 1월 1일자부터요.
I did not. However, I did notice that they had a lot of calls almost every day and sometimes even 3 times a day.
아니요, 제가 보지는 않았습니다. 하지만은 제가 그쪽에서 거의 매일 그 가게에서 거의 매일 전화를 했다는 것을 알게 되었고요. 어떤 경우에는 하루에 3번까지 했습니다.
would it surprise you to learn that of the 256 calls mentioned by Chief Conte, 222 of those originated from the establishment during that same period of time?
그러면은 그 같은 기간 동안에 칸티스께서 언급을 하신 256건의 그 콜 중에서 222건이 그 가게로부터 이렇게 전화가 되어진 같은 기간에 전화가 되어졌다는 그 사실이 기아에게는 놀라웠습니까?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
The question is,
죄송합니다. 질문이 어떻게 됩니까?
the question was, would it surprise you to learn that of the 256 calls mentioned in Chief Conte's letter from January 1st of this year up until July, that 222 of those calls originated from the establishment itself?
그러니까 제 질문은 그 칸티스께서 언급을 하실 때 2021년 1월 1일부터 그 7일까지 그 기간 동안에 256건의 전화 중에서 222건이 그 가게에서 했다는 그 사실이 기아에게는 놀라웠나요?
Because I reviewed the establishment's call log, no, it would not surprise me.
아니요, 제가 이미 그 가게 콜로그를 본 상태이기 때문에 그렇게 놀랍지 않았습니다.
Ms. Polites, in response to one of Board Member Short's questions, you stated that you had conducted inspections or investigations in that area hundreds of times during your tenure with ABRA. Did I understand that correctly?
플레이터스 귀하께서 미스터 쇼트의 그 질문 중에 하나에 답변을 하시면서 아브라에서 5년간 근무를 하시는 동안에 그 지역에서 100여 차례의 검사나 어떤 조사를 벌였다고 했습니다. 맞습니까?
In that area, yes.
예, 그 지역에서 맞습니다.
Okay. How many times have you had occasion to be inside this particular store?
그러면은 지금 이 구체적인 가게 안에 그 조사관께서 들어가신 적이 몇 번이 됩니까?
Can I give you a specific number, but multiple?
And is it also fair to say that you have never had occasion to cite this store for any violations of ABRA law?
그리고 선생님께서 지금 이 가게에 대해서 어떤 에브라 그 법의 위반 사항 딱지를 준 적도 한 번이 없다고 이야기를 해도 맞지 않나요?
Not that I can recall.
All right,
제가 기억했을 때는 없습니다.
Final question. Is it also fair to say that the establishment, in particular, Ms. Cho, the owner, cooperated fully with your investigation?
그리고 이제 마지막 질문인데요. 지금 이 가게의 주인이신 미스 조가 그 조사에 완전히 이렇게 협조를 한 것이 사실이 아닌가요?
Yes, she was very forthcoming.
예, 그분께서는 서슴지 않고 저희에게 정보를 주셨습니다.
Thank you, Ms. Polites. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
감사합니다,
Mr.
플레이드 씨. 그리고 회장님께도 감사드립니다.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Plates, I just want to ask you a question. What are the hours of operation for this business?
플레이드 씨, 제가 질문이 하나가 있는데요. 이 가게의 영업 시간이 어떻게 되나요?
Sundays, the hours are 10 a.m. to 12 midnight.
일요일 같은 경우에는 오전 10시에 시작해가지고 12시, 그러니까 자정까지 하고요.
Monday through Saturday, the hours are 9 a.m. to midnight.
그리고 월요일에서 토요일까지는 오전 9시에서 자정까지요.
All right, thank you.
감사합니다.
Mr. O'Brien, maybe your client can answer this question for me. I was told that the establishment has special police, and they're there from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
예, 오브라이언 씨 선생님이나 아니면은 그 선생님의 의뢰인께서 제 질문에 답변하실 수 있을 것 같은데 아까 그 가게에서 특별히 어떤 경관을 고용을 했는데 근무 시간이 오후 2시에서 8시라고 했습니다. 맞나요?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct, Mr. Chair, but I have to tell you, that was recently instituted. As a result.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it was the presence of the special police officers was recently instituted as a result of conversations with the community in the context of other matters pending before this board.
예, 맞습니다. 회장님. 하지만은 그게 최근에 그분들을 고용을 했고요. 그렇게 한 이유는 지금 계류 중인 다른 사건과의 어떤 그 맥락에서 그 지역과의 어떤 이야기를 하고 난 이후에 이루어진 것입니다.
And so do you know the date when this started?
그러면은 스님께서는 언제부터 그분들이 고용이 됐는지 아십니까?
July. I am told July 5, Mr. Chair.
회장님, 지금 제가 이야기를 듣기로는 7월 5일이라고 말씀하셨습니다.
Was this before or after the incident? I'm just
그러면은
asking.
지금 이 날짜가 그 사건이 일어나기 전입니까? 아니면 그 이후입니까?
Before, Mr. Chair.
회장님, 그 전입니다.
So what are the hours of sale of, what are the hours of sale and service of the establishment, and what are the operational hours of the establishment?
그러면은 그 가게에 판매하고 그리고 서비스 시간은 어떻게 되고 그리고 운영 시간은 어떻게 됩니까?
Mr. Chair, I understand that they are the hours listed on the license, which is starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday through midnight.
Operating hours different. We open 12 p.m. on Sunday and they close at 7 p.m.
Okay, I'm told that actual operating hours on Sunday are noon to 7 p.m. And if the chair will indulge me for a moment.
Sure.
Weekdays 10 to 10. The weekend is 10 to 12.
Weekdays, Mr. Chair, 10 to 10. Weekends, which I assume means Friday and Saturday, 10 to 12.
예. 지금 그 시간이 이제 라이선스에 나와 있는 시간인데요. 일요일 같은 경우에는 오전 10시부터요. 잠깐만요. 지금 제 의뢰인께서 일요일 같은 경우에는 실제로 영업하는 시간이 오후 12시부터 오후 7시까지라고 했습니다. 지금 잠깐만 좀 기다려 주십시오. 지금 이 가게 영업 시간이 주중인 경우에는 10시에서 10시, 그리고 주말인 경우에는 그러니까 금요일하고 토요일 같은 경우에는 10시에서 12시입니다.
Now, the special police, what days of the week are they there?
그러면은 이 특별히 고용된 경찰 같은 경우에는 어느 요일에 나와서 근무를 합니까?
I'm told the special police officers are present Monday through Saturday.
지금 의뢰인이 말씀을 하시기를 이 특별 경관들이 월요일부터 토요일까지 근무를 한다고 하십니다.
The reason I'm asking those questions is because they're inconsistent with the hours of operation. So I'm just trying to find out how was this time 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. selected?
제가 이런 질문을 드리는 이유가 그 영업 시간이 지금 일치를 하지를 않기 때문인데 어떻게 해서 지금 이 경찰들이 2시에서 8시 사이에 일을 하는 걸로 되었나 하는 것입니다.
I am told, Mr. Chair, that the hours were arrived at by negotiation with certain community members in the separate matter pending before the board.
회장님, 제가 지금 들은 이야기가 그 시간이 그렇게 정해진 이유가 그 지역사회 일원들하고 그리고 몇 가지 지금 계류 중인 그 사건 때문에 협상을 통해서 그 시간으로 정해졌다고 합니다.
Okay, the video that we saw, it appears to be, maybe I could be incorrect, that there were a bunch of people sitting on lawn chairs. Where were these people sitting?
지금 그 비디오를 봤을 때 제가 틀릴 수는 있지만은 제가 봤을 때는 여러 사람들이 그 론체어에 앉아 있는 걸로 보였습니다. 이 사람들이 어디에 앉아 있습니까?
Mr. Chair, I'm told that the people sitting in lawn chairs were in front of the business next door known as Mary's Kitchen. For the record, Mary is MERRY'(s), kitchen.
예, 회장님, 제가 지금 듣기로는 그분들이 롱체어에 앉아 있다고 했습니다. 그리고 그분들이 앉아 있는 곳은 메리스 키친 앞인데요. 기록에 의해서 말씀드릴 텐데 메리의 철자는 MERRYS입니다.
Hold on, Mr. Brandt. Sergeant Tubbs, did you have something you want to add, sir?
Yes,
예,
a
잠깐만요.
couple of the,
Hold on. Sergeant Tubbs, remember, it's been
Yes.
interpreted, so go ahead. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Kim.
오브라이언 씨 잠깐만요. 사전 텁씨 뭐 추가하고 싶은 내용이 있나요?
a couple of the individuals are seen in the video on the side under the awning, well, the shutters that they have on the business of the Mart Liquors.
지금 한두 사람 정도는 지금 마트 리커스의 그 오닝 그 이렇게 그 밑에 그 사이드에 앉아 있습니다.
All right, so from what Sergeant Tubbs stated that some of the folks in the were under the awning in front of Mart Liquors. Can someone from the establishment, is that correct? And if that's,
Yeah.
I know there's no loitering law in DC, but I'm trying to find out, is this a regular occurrence?
예. 그러면은 지금 그 사전트 텁스께서 지금 몇 사람이 그 비디오에서 이 가게에 그 오닝 밑에 지금 있는 걸로 나와 있는데요. 지금 가게 측에서는 그게 맞는지 확인을 해 주시겠습니까? 왜냐하면은 지금 왜냐하면은 그 DC에 그 로이터닝 법이 있는 걸로 알고 있는데 지금 이런 일이 고정적으로 일어납니까?
Mr. Chair, I am told that the entrance to the store is actually on Martin Luther King, I'm sorry, on Malcolm X Avenue. The store is on the corner of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. I'm told that the entrance to the store is on Malcolm X. So the people sitting around the corner are not in front of the entrance to the store as such. I'm not disputing what Sergeant Tubbs is saying. It sounds to me like some of the people may have been straddling the line between the store and Mary's Kitchen. That's what it sounds like.
예. 지금 회장님, 제가 지금 이야기 들은 게 그 가게의 출입구가 말콤 X 애버뉴에 있고요. 그리고 이 가게가 말콤 X 애버뉴하고 마틴 루터 킹 그 코너에 있다고 했습니다. 그래서 지금 그 코너에 앉아 있는 사람들이 지금 그 사람들이 그 몇 사람들이 코너에 앉아 있고 그 가게 앞 바로 앞에 앉아 있는 것은 아닌 걸로 보입니다. 지금 그 사전트 텁스 씨가 하신 이야기를 저희가 반대를 하는 것이 아니라 이 몇 사람들이 그 여기 거기하고 여기하고 그 중간에 걸쳐가지고 앉아 있는 것으로 보입니다.
Yes,
A, a,
Sergeant
mo-
Tubbs.
a more accurate description would be if you round that corner, immediately you have the entrance to the establishment of Mart Liquors.
그러니까
So
제가 좀
the awning and they meet right at the corner. That 90-degree angle right there is the entrance of the Mart Liquor. And further, one of the biggest problems associated with that particular corner, the liquor store or the parking lot associated with the liquor store is usually a staging place for these individuals who come with the lawn chairs to set up their camp. They usually pop their trunks. And even after the closing of Mart Liquor, they use the parking lot for a place to open bottles, consume alcohol in public, as well as ply the trade of an open air drug market that has been a problem that has been addressed most
예, 예.
recently.
좀 더 정확하게 말한다면은 그 코너만 돌면은 그 가게가 나온다는 것입니다. 그래서 그 오닝이 있는데 90도 각도로 돌면은 바로 마트 리크스가 있고요. 그래서 이게 지금 그 코너가 문제인데 코너가 가장 큰 문제 중에 하나인데 그 가게와 관련된 그 파킹 랏에 보면은 그 주차장이 있는데 그 바로 그 주차장에서 사람들이 만나가지고 그 병에 든 알코올 음료수를 열어서 이렇게 마시고 그리고 음주를 하고요. 그리고
They said they can't do anything about it.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir.
Please mute your microphone. You're having conversation with someone and we can hear, sir.
브라이언 씨, 지금 마이크를 꺼주십시오. 왜냐하면은 지금 선생님께서 이야기를 하고 계시는데 저희가 다 들을 수가 있습니다. 그리고 so the interpreter is going to complete her interpretation. 그리고 거기에서 길거리에서 마약을 주고 파는 것으로 알려져 있습니다.
Now, Mr. O'Brien, can you or your client explain to us the ownership of this parking lot and how is it that the licensee manages this parking if what has been stated by Sergeant Tubbs is correct?
잠깐만 기다려 주세요. Mr. Chairman, this is the Korean interpreter speaking. Could you repeat what you just said, please?
Sergeant Tubbs had stated about what was going on in the parking lot that's owned by Mart Liquors. I'm trying to find out from the owner if what was stated by him is correct, and how is it that they manage this parking lot?
지금 사이먼 텁스께서 지금 그 마트 리커스에서 소유를 하고 있는 주차장에 대해서 주차 공간에 대해서 이야기를 했는데요. 그리고 거기서 생기는 문제에 대해서 그러면은 그 가게 측에서는 지금 사전트 텁스가 하신 말이 일단 맞는지 확인해 주시고요. 그리고 맞다면은 지금 이 문제를 어떤 식으로 그쪽에서는 이렇게 조처를 하고 계십니까?
May I have a moment, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
제가
Brian.
말씀해도 괜찮겠습니까? 하십시오.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am told that the parking lot is indeed controlled by the store. It's part of the
감사합니다.
leased, it's part of the leased premises.
감사합니다, 회장님. 제가 이야기를 들은 것이 실제로 그 가게가 그 주차장을 통제를 하고 있고요. 그게 어떤 그 리스의 일부 계약의 일부라는 것입니다.
I am also told that the security guard's duties are primarily controlling that parking lot. The security guard is not stationed inside the store.
그리고 또 지금 제가 이야기를 들은 것이 그 방범 요원이 주로 하는 일이 그 주차장을 통제를 하는 거고요. 그 방범 요원들이 가게 안에 있지 않다는 것입니다.
I am also told that the landlord for the store has discussed with Ms. Cho and is putting into place some sort of ability to fence off or chain off the parking lot after the store closes.
그리고 또한 지금 이야기를 들은 것이 그 가게가 문을 닫고 나서 그 가게에 어떤 울타리를 이렇게 친다든가 아니면은 체인을 이렇게 체인을 친다든가 그런 식으로 하는 것을 그 가게의 주인이 미스 조하고 이야기를 했다고 들었습니다.
I will also point out that pursuant to the discussions with community representatives I alluded to earlier, there's now signage in the parking lot dedicating one space for MPD vehicles.
그리고 또한 제가 들은 것이 또한 제가 알려드리고 싶은 것이 그 지역 사회에 대표되는 분하고 이야기를 한 후에 이제는 그 주차장에 지금 표지가 붙어 있는데 그중 그 주차 공간의 하나를 MPD 경관에게 할애하는 것입니다.
All right. I just want to, this is somewhat a little bit different for me. So I'm going to ask Sergeant Tubbs a question since
Yes, sir.
he had stated that there were after hours activities going on in the parking lot. What, if anything, could MPD, since it's private property, what, if anything, could be done to assist with the loitering or whatever goes on after hours on their property? Is it something the police can do? Is it something that the landlord and the licensee can do? I'm just asking you, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
there's a couple things that can mitigate the problems.
Yeah.
I have consulted with the personnel in the store and advised them that they probably need to be able to get some steel posts put up so they could chain or cable off the parking lot after hours, because it has been a long-standing staging point. And even after the store closes, people use that as a gathering spot.
예. 제가 이거는 잘 모르는 부분이기 때문에 미스터 텁스에게 여쭤볼 텐데요. 왜냐면은 아까 텁스께서 그 주차장이 영업시간이 끝난 이후에 어떤 다른 사람들이 모이는 공간으로 이용이 된다고 하셨기 때문에 그래서 제 질문은 MPD에서 지금 이게 사적인 공간이긴 하지만은 지금 경찰이나 아니면은 그 라이센스가 서로 이렇게 협조를 해서 그 주차장 관리를 하는 데 있어 가지고 도와줄 일이 있습니까? 텁스 씨가 이렇게 텁스 경관이 이렇게 이야기를 했습니다. 이 문제를 좀 이렇게 줄일 수 있는 방법이 몇 가지 있기는 한 것 같습니다. 제가 가게에 어드바이스를 한 것이 그 주차장에 철로 된 어떤 폴 같은 걸 세우거나 어떤 케이블로 이렇게 케이블 같은 어떤 줄 같은 거를 이렇게 설치를 해가지고 좀 사람들의 접근을 막는 건데요. 왜냐하면은 그 영업 시간이 끝나고 나서 그곳에 사람들이 모이는 공간으로 활용이 되기 때문입니다.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions by any other board member for either Sergeant Tubbs,
그러면은
Sergeant Tubbs or anyone else, please?
Mr. Chairman?
예, 그러면은 감사합니다. 그 보드 위원 중에서 어느 분이시든지 사전 텁스 씨나 아니면 다른 분에게 질문이 있으신가요?
Hold on, one minute, Mr. Grandis. Mr. O'Brien, you heard the recommendations that were made by Sergeant Tubbs. Is it something that your client is willing to consider?
Yes, and if I understand correctly, this has already been underway before today. But my client is nodding emphatically that yes, they will consider a way to shut that parking lot off at closing.
예, 그랜드 씨 잠깐만 좀 기다려 주세요. 오브라이언 씨, 아까 텁스 씨가 지금 그 가게에 이제 그 권장을 한 게 있는데 지금 귀하의 의뢰인께서는 그것을 시행할 의도가 있으신가요? 그래서 변호사님께서 말씀하셨습니다. 네, 그렇습니다. 제가 맞게 이해를 했다면은 오늘 이전에 벌써 그게 진행이 되고 있고요. 지금 제 의뢰인께서 굉장히 그 긍정의 뜻으로 고개를 끄덕이고 계십니다. 그래서 그 주차장의 어떤 출입을 막는 방법에 대해서요.
Sergeant Tubbs, just for clarity again,
Yes, sir.
specifically, what is it that you had recommended? I want to make, since it appears that I have some agreement with the owner, so I just want to make sure that the board cannot order the parties to do anything here in a fact finding, but if the owner volunteers to do certain things, then we can have that done. So what is it that you were recommended again, please?
예, 그러면은
That they're able
텁스
Sergeant Tubbs. Remember,
Yes, I'm
what
sorry.
I just did has been translated, and then you're going to be yes. Go ahead, Ms. Kim.
예. Thank you. 사전 텁스 그러시면은 정확하게 저희가 분명히 알고 싶어서 그런데 그 선생님께서 정확하게 권장을 하신 사항이 어떤 거죠? 보니까 그 주인께서 이제 그거를 하기로 동의를 하신 것 같은데 왜냐하면은 오늘 심리 같은 경우에는 진상 심리이기 때문에 이 위원회에서 어떤 명령을 내릴 수가 없습니다. 하지만은 만약에 당사자께서 이렇게 자원을 하신다고 그런다면은 저희가 어떤 일을 이렇게 진행을 할 수도 있습니다. 조치를 취할 수 있습니다.
Okay.
What?
First of all, I'd like to say they have been very cooperative and receptive to the suggestions that we've been making, that they have the parking lot, which is actually on the Malcolm X side of the building where the entrance is, be limited to their customers and to be secured after their hours. They have not put the security apparatus in place as of yet. However, I have been charged and have, in the immediate aftermath of this tragedy, I have been charged with cleaning that area of all the loitering and all of the activities that have been going on, and it has been successful with the cooperation of Mart Liquors as well as the other establishments that are open.
예. 일단 첫 번째로 지금 이 가게에서는 굉장히 협조를 잘 해주셨고요. 그리고 저희가 제안한 거에 대해서도 굉장히 잘 받아들이셨습니다. 그리고 그 파킹 랏 같은 경우에는 말컴 엑스 에버뉴에 있는데 거기에 출입구가 있고요. 그래서 영업 시간이 끝난 경우에는 어떤 이렇게 접촉을 하는 것을 어떤 통제하는 것에 대해서 이야기를 했고요. 그리고 이 비극적인 사건이 일어난 이후에 제가 그 주변을 좀 정리를 해야 되는데 배회하는 사람들이나 어떤 수상한 행위를 하는 것을 막는 건데 저희가 그것을 성공적으로 할 수가 있었는데 마트 리커스와 그리고 그 나머지 그 가게 협조를 통해서 말입니다.
Is that it, Sergeant Tubbs?
That's it, unless you want the exact calls for service and the nature, which I do have if it's necessary to give you that, and which calls actually were to the location and what the nature of those calls were within the last 18 months or since the beginning of the year.
예. 그게 전부입니까? 네, 전부입니다. 하지만, 만약에 그쪽에서 원하신다면은 그 서비스의 구체적인 내용을 말씀을 드릴 수 있는데, 제가 그것을 그 선생님 측에 그렇지 않아도 드려야 합니다. 그것은 어떤 지난 18개월간, 혹은, 올해 1월 1일자 이후에 어떤 전화한 목록을 말을 합니다.
Sergeant Tubbs, can you state what they are, and can you also email it to the agency, please? You can send that to the attention of Martha Jenkins, the General Counsel, please.
I certainly can. Just to give a overview of the natures of the calls, that is a heavy call volume area. Within the last 18 months, within 1,000 feet of that location, there have been 5,953 calls. However, to that exact location in the same time period, there have been 675 calls for service.
예, 그러면은 사전 접수 그게 정확히 어떤 것입니까? 그리고 그것을 이메일로 젠킨스 씨 제너럴 카운셀러 분에게 보내줄 수가 있나요? 네, 그렇게 하겠습니다. 제가 대충 말씀을 드린다고 하면은 지난 18개월 동안에 그 지역 그러니까 1000피트 그 반경 이내에 총 5,900에 가까운 서비스 콜이 있었고요. 구체적인 그 가게 같은 경우에는 그 서비스 콜이 675건이 있었습니다.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Tubbs.
Yes, sir.
감사합니다. 사전트.
Mr. Grandis.
그랜드스 씨?
Thank you. Sergeant Tubbs, I think we've had a lot of information during this hearing, and I'm trying to get my head around on what was the initial purpose of this, but there's so many calls. Then I thought I heard the owner say that, or the attorney say that a number of those calls came right from the establishment, not about problems with the establishment, but basically being a good citizen and calling in problems. So I'm trying to get my head around all these calls and how they relate to this particular hearing. So Sergeant Tubbs, can you sort of narrow down these types of calls?
Yes, I can.
예.
Sergeant Tubbs, hold on, please.
예. 감사합니다. 사전 접스 씨, 지금 오늘 20일 동안에 저희가 정보를 굉장히 많이 들었는데요. 지금 제가 이 모든 것의 어떤 목적이 뭔지에 대해서 이 전화가 아주 많이 걸렸는데 왜 전화를 했는지 그 목적에 대해서 지금 이해를 하려고 그러는데요. 아까 전화가 상당히 많이 있었지만은 그중에서 또 일부가 그 가게에서 전화를 한 것으로 지금 의뢰인 아니면은 그 변호사가 이야기를 한 것 같은데 전화를 해서 그 전화가 어떤 문제가 있어서 그런 것이 아니라 말하자면은 소위 좋은 시민으로서 어떤 보고차 전화를 했다고 하는 것인데 제가 이해를 하고 싶은 것은 그 전화가 오늘 20냐고 어떤 상관관계가 있느냐 하는 것입니다.
Okay, are you ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. And this is not to be taken negatively against the business, because we do want to encourage them to call and to continue to call if there is a request or need for police service. In the past 18 months, there had been exactly, in this time frame runs from January the 20th, 2020 up till July 19th, 2021. There have been exactly 622 calls for service at 2931 MLK Junior Avenue, which is the Mart Liquor location. Of those 622 calls, 275 of those calls have been disorderly or unwanted persons calls, and 182 of those calls have actually been calls for complaints of disorderly or unwanted persons or assaults on the inside of the location.
예, 예. 준비되셨나요? 네, 하세요. 그러니까 지금 이렇게 이 사실에 대해서 가게에 대해서 어떤 부정적으로 생각을 하셔서는 안 됩니다. 왜냐하면은 저희가 경찰에게 전화를 하라고 권장을 하고요. 그리고 계속 그렇게 해야 된다고 말을 하기 때문에 지난 18개월 동안에, 그러니까 2020년 1월 달부터 2021년 7월 19일 사이에 2931 MLK, 그러니까 거기가 마트 리커스가 있는 주소인데 총 622건의 서비스 콜이 있었고요. 그 622건의 건 중 275건이 문란 행위에 관한 것이었고요. 182건이 그 가게 안에서의 어떤 문란 행위에 대한 어떤 불평이었습니다.
So, Sergeant Tubbs, if I follow those large numbers, it seems like those calls that relate to disorderly inside the establishment were calls made by the establishment for service, and not because that they were encouraging disorderly customers or disorderly people who are on the street who are now being disorderly inside. But would I be correct to say that these were calls by the establishment to have some assistance?
That is, the majority would be correct, yes.
예, 사전 첩씨, 그러니까 이 전화가 어떤 문란 행위에 관련이 돼가지고 가게에서 어떤 경찰의 지원을 요청을 해서 전화를 한 건데요. 그러니까 그 가게에서 전화를 한 이유가 어떤 문란 행위를 조장을 했기 때문에 전화를 한 게 아니고요. 지금 제가 그렇게 이해를 해도 맞습니까? 네, 대부분 말씀하신 게 맞습니다.
Mr. Chairman, could you help give me some, let's say, some bookends on what we as a board should take away from this hearing? I'm not meaning the facts, but my understanding was that the purpose of the fact finding was related to a shooting and not to the general situation around that establishment. So are we also considering things outside of the incident?
예, 회장님, 그러면은 저희가 지금 이제 이 이야기를 듣는 것에서 어떤 것을 알아야 되는지 제가 이해하는데 좀 도와주시겠습니까? 왜냐하면은 제가 알기로는 오늘 이 진상 심리가 그 슈팅에 총기 사건에 관련된 걸로 아는데 지금 저희가 어떤 그 가게의 어떤 일반적인 상황에 대해서도 저희가 관련이 되나요?
Hold on a minute, Mr. Hold on.
예, 잠깐만 기다리세요.
All right. All right. I just want to remind all board members and everyone, this is a fact-finding hearing. So the purpose of this hearing is that the chief of police had done a 96-hour closure, and the chief of police had sent us a letter for revocation.
예. 제가 여러분 모두에게 상기시켜 드리고 싶은 게 오늘 이 심리가 진상 심리라는 것이고요. 그리고 경찰이 96시간의 어떤 영업 정지를 시행을 했고 저희에게 어떤 레플리케이션에 대한 어떤 요청을 했습니다.
So we're here at the fact-finding here and gathering facts. Some of the information, some of the facts that we're eliciting, it could cover safety measures suggested by MPD and I'm sorry, by MPD. So we are, however, we're here just gathering facts based on the letter sent to us by the chief of police. So we're just looking at all issues. We're not going to make any type of decision. We're just gathering facts to make a determination whether or not the board will take any further action or where do we go from here. One of the things that we have, at least one thing that we have had so far is that there is an agreement by the licensee to adopt some of the recommendations that were made by the MPD. So we're as I said before, we're just here gathering facts, and that's all we're doing. So I hear what you're saying, Mr. Grandis, but we're just gathering facts and about what is going on in the area and whether or not this establishment contributes to what's going on in the area. I don't know yet, but that's what we're trying to find out. And so just we'll ask certain questions to try to get some answers, but we're just asking questions.
네, 왜냐하면 저희가
Hold on,
지금 정보를 수집하기 위해서 저희가 진상 심리를 벌이고 있고요. 그리고 그 사실 중 저희가 수집하는 사실 중에 일부는 MPD에서 취하는 어떤 안전 조처도 포함이 됩니다. 그리고 지금 이 심리는 폴리스 치프가 저희에게 보낸 그 편지에 기초를 하고요. 그래서 오늘 저희가 어떤 결정을 짓지는 않고요. 다만 어떤 사실을 이렇게 수집을 해서 나중에 저희가 보도에서 위원회에서 어떤 결정을 지을 수도 있습니다. 지금 이 가게에서는 MPD가 권장한 그 사항을 이렇게 받아들이기로 동의를 했습니다. 그래서 그랜디스 씨, 제가 선생님이 하시는 말씀은 무슨 말인지 알겠고요. 오늘 저희는 어떤 정보를 수집하기 위해서 그렇게 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 나중에 어떤 조처를 취해야 되는지를 결정하게 되고 아직 거기에 대해서는 저희가 아는 바가 없습니다.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just have one more comment, and I want to thank you for letting me have this time. I am in complete agreement, Mr. Chairman, with what you have said regarding some voluntary interest in the landlord and licensee to resolve some of these concerns. However, I don't read the letter from the chief as broadly as I think you just stated. However, we will talk about that. And I'm just grateful to hearing from the licensee with their interest in resolving larger concerns in the neighborhood. Thank you.
예, 그러면은 제가 한 가지만 제가 이렇게 언급을 하도록 하겠습니다. 제가 회장님께서 말씀하신 것에 절대적으로 동의를 하고요. 그게 어떤 거냐면은 집 주인과 그리고 허가를 받은 사람이 라이센시가 서로 이렇게 협조를 해가지고 이 문제를 이렇게 자발적으로 해결하려는 어떤 의지가 있다는 건요. 그리고 제 생각에는 그 편지가 그렇게 넓게 넓게 이렇게 해석이 되어서는 안 된다고 생각하는 건데 그 부분에 대해서는 저희가 나중에 이야기를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 어쨌든 허가를 받은 쪽에서 이 문제를 해결하기 위해서 노력한다는 점에 대해서는 감사하게 생각을 합니다.
All right. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank
슈아트
you,
씨
Mr. Chair.
말씀하세요.
This question is for Sergeant Johnny Tubbs. First of all, Sergeant Tubbs, thank you for your service. Will you please give us a synopsis of your career? I know you're with the 7th District now, but how many years have you served with MPD?
예. 먼저 자니 첩스 사전트에게 감사드립니다. 그리고 저희에게 저희를 위해서 어떤 서비스를 해 주시는 것에도 감사드리고요. 그러면은 저희에게 선생님이 하시는 그 커리어에 대해서 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까? 7개 이렇게 디스트릭트에서 일을 하신다고 들었는데 MPD에서는 얼마나 오랫동안 일을 하셨나요?
Yes, sir. I have been in law enforcement going on 31 years. I've been with the Metropolitan Police Department 27 of those 31 years. And I have served as an instructor at the academy. I have been a investigator prior to being an instructor. And I have been a sergeant approximately 20 years on the police department. I've worked in every district with the exception of 2. And as it relates to, I used to teach the ABRA, the vending, and the municipal regs at the academy, and I'm very familiar. And when ABRA was being retooled and rebooted, I actually instructed the ABRA investigators as into the duties of their jobs many years, and they've gotten everything in good hands at this point.
예. 저는 그 경찰관으로 31년을 재직을 했고요. 그중에서 27년을 메트로 디파트먼트, 폴리스 디파트먼트 소속으로 있었고요. 그리고 그 아카데미에서 강사를 일을 했고, 그리고 그전에는 조사관으로도 일을 했습니다. 저는 사전트로 거의 20년간 일을 했고요. 한두 군데 디스트릭트 빼고는 모든 디스트릭트에서 일을 했습니다. 그리고 저는 에브라 아카데미에서도 이렇게 관여를 했고요. 에브라가 다시 이렇게 재개를 했을 때 제가 강사로서 일을 했고 수년간 그래서 그렇게 한 이유가 에브라가 어떤 준비를 잘 하고 있도록 하기 위해서입니다.
Also, Sergeant Tubbs, our briefing from Arbor today states that we're here to deal with violent incident in the vicinity of the licensed establishment, meaning Mott Liquors. With your background in public safety and with your knowledge of this licensee and the vicinity thereof, would you consider Martin Luther King Avenue and Malcolm X Avenue an epicenter for some of the disturbances of the report you read off?
그러면은 사전트 오늘 그 브리핑에 보면은 지금 오늘 심리가 이 가게 근처에 있는 어떤 난폭한 행위에 대해서로 나와 있는데 이 가게라는 것은 마트 리커스를 가리킵니다. 그러면은 선생님께서 그 안전에 대해서 알고 계시는 어떤 그 배경과 안전에 대한 어떤 배경 그리고 거기에 대한 지식 그리고 그 가게 근처 인근에 대한 어떤 지식에 기초했을 때 선생님께서는 마틴 루터 킹하고 말콤 엑스 이 거리가 지금 선생님께서 보고서에 말씀하신 그런 어떤 행위들의 어떤 중심지라고 생각하시나요?
In light of the serious incidents that have occurred in the last couple of weeks in the area, and and also in proximity to the date of July the 16th, within 24 hours within that block, there had been 3 shootings. Okay. That area, without going into the ongoing federal investigation and 16 indictments that have been laid out since the untimely murder of this child near that location.
예, 예.
The,
지금
the, the information that has come forward and is forthcoming, that particular area has been pretty much under control of 2 rival narcotics and drug gangs on each side.
Sergeant Tubbs, remember, give the translator an opportunity, please.
Yes.
예, 지금 지난 3, 4주간에 일어난 그 사건과 그리고 7월 16일에 근접한 그 날짜에 이렇게 기초를 했을 때 3번의 총기 사건이 있었고요. 그 지역 같은 경우에는 연방 정부에 의한 수사가 되고 있고요. 그 16, 그 기소가 이루어진 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 그 지역 보고된 그 지역에 대한 정보에 따르면은 그 지역이 2개의 어떤 그 라이벌이 되는 어떤 갱이 통제를 하고 있습니다.
However, the safety of not only the patrons and the citizens in that area, as well as the employees and proprietors of Mark Liquor, it's imperative that we keep that area safe, and just those small adjustments will go 1,000 miles, because that area, because of its high traffic volume, foot traffic as well as vehicular, is known and has been pretty much taken over by groups who seek to profit by applying their trades at that location, because it is so convenient for high traffic volume, as well as coming in and going out of the city. And if certain measures are not in place, and I appreciate the cooperation of Mark Liquor people, they have been very helpful. Along with the other businesses, as we've advised them that, if you see people against your building, call us. I can't get them to move from against your building without you being the complainant. If you won't complain, I can't do anything, because it's private property.
예.
And
네네. 지금 그렇지만은 그 가게에 오는 손님이나 시민이나 그리고 그 가게에서 일하는 직원이나 어떤 주인의 그 안전을 위해서는 안전하게 하는 것이 굉장히 중요하고요. 이렇게 작게 이렇게 만약에 조정 조치를 취한다고 그러면은 그것이 굉장히 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 왜냐면은 그 지역이 사람들이 많이 모이는 곳인데 이렇게 도보로 이렇게 돌아다니는 사람도 많지만은 차로 교통도 많이 모이는 곳이기 때문입니다. 그래서 지금 굉장히 도시에 들어갔다가 나오는데 굉장히 편리한 곳이고요. 그래서 만약에 어떤 조처를 취하지 않는다면은 그리고 지금 리커쇼와 다른 가게에서 협조를 해 주신 것에 대해서는 굉장히 감사하게 생각하고요. 저희가 그분들에게 드리는 말씀이 저희한테 전화를 해주지 않으면은 저희가 그 사람들을 이렇게 거기서 이렇게 몰아낼 수 없다고 이야기를 합니다.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Tubbs. Any other
감사합니다.
questions? Are you done, Mr. Shorter?
In Arbor, there's a lot that can happen to make that community safe again. And I do thank you, Sergeant Stubbs, for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
예, 아닙니다. 저는 더 이상 질문이 없고요. 다만 그 아브라 그 증인과 그리고 조사관 그리고 MPD의 협조에 대해서 감사드리고요. 그 MPD하고 그리고 그 허가를 받은 업자하고 아브라가 서로 이렇게 협조를 한다고 그러면은 이 지역을 다시 안전하게 만드는데 안전하게 다시 만들 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 회장님하고 그리고 사전 접수에 감사드립니다.
All right, thank you, Mr. Short.
감사합니다, 쇼트 씨.
Are there any other questions by any other board member?
그러면은 보드 멤버 중 다른 분들 질문이 있으신가요?
I hear none. Any final words, Mr. O'Brien?
May I ask Sergeant Tubbs a couple questions, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
그러면은 다른 지금 제가 질문을 드리지 못했는데 마지막으로 오브라이언 씨 하실 말씀이 있으십니까? 그러면은 제가 사전트 섭씨에게 몇 가지 질문을 해도 괜찮겠습니까? 회장님 그렇게 하십시오.
Sergeant Tubbs, first, thank you for acknowledging the cooperation of Mart Liquors and the other merchants in the block in your efforts to clean it up.
예, 첩씨, 먼저 감사드리고 싶은 게 지금 마트 리커스와 이제 그 다른 가게들이 그 선생님이 그 클린업을 하는데 협조해 주신 것을 이렇게 인정해 주신 데에서 감사를 드립니다.
Yes, and Un Ok Cho, the owner of the store, has asked me during the course of our conversing here to reiterate to you that anything she can do to help you in your efforts, please come into the store and ask her for it.
예, 그리고 지금 이 이야기를 듣는 동안에 그 가게의 주인이신 최은옥 씨께서 지금 계속해서 이렇게 말씀을 하시기를 만약 다시 한번 말씀하셨는데 이렇게 언제든지 도와줄 수가 있기 때문에 도움이 필요하시면은 가게로 오셔가지고 부탁을 해달라고 하셨습니다.
Now, following up on Mr. Grandis's question, I understand that the shooting that occasioned the mayor's letter to Aber occurred sometime around 11:20 p.m. Am I correct, Sergeant Tubbs?
예, 그리고 그 그랜디스의 질문에 대해서 어떤 팔로우업 질문으로 드리는데, 그 총기 사건이 오후 11시 20분에 일어난 게 맞습니까? 사전 첩스 씨?
I want to say it happened around 11:11.
All right. Between 11 and 12, between 11 and midnight.
예, 제가 이 기록에 보면은 11시 11분으로 되어 있는데요. 그러니까 11시에서 12시 사이.
And you describe this this block or this immediate area, Sergeant Tubbs, as I quoted, an open air drug market. Do you have any knowledge of what a 6-year-old was doing on that block between 11 and midnight?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 그 사전 텁스께서 이제 설명하시기를 그 지역 그 공간이 이렇게 거리에서 마약을 거래하는 곳이라고 했는데 그러면은 11시에서 12시 사이에 그 블럭에서 6살짜리 아이가 뭘 하고 있었는지 말씀을 해 주시겠어요?
What I can say is that area has become or had become in past tense because we have taken formative action to clear it up. Even after the business closed, people would set up camp out there and it would become a drink fest and a smoking fest out there. And that's on both corners of the building, not just Mart, but the parking lot. That's the only side with the parking lot. On the date in question with the child being out there, the parents had the child out. Both parents were actually out there and both parents were actually victims. And it has outraged a lot of people as well as a lot of officers. Just to put it into context, the father, I locked him up.
Tubbs, hold on, please. Give the translator an opportunity, please.
Yes.
예, 그 지역이 어떤 이제 공간이 되고 있거나 되었는데 아마 과거형으로 이야기를 하는 게 나을 것 같은데 왜냐하면 저희가 그 클린업 이렇게 조처를 취했기 때문에요. 사람들이 거기 모여가지고 어떤 캠프 같은 걸 차려가지고 이렇게 뭐 마약이라든가 아니면 담배 같은 걸 피는 어떤 그런 공간 모여가지고 이렇게 피는 공간으로 변했습니다. 그리고 그게 양쪽 코너에서 있고요. 그리고 그 아이 같은 경우에는 그 아이 부모 둘 다 그 피해자인데 이걸로 인해 가지고 많은 사람들이 분노를 하게 됐는데요. 아버지의 경우에는
As I was saying, the father was one of the victims and the mother of the child was one of the victims. However, this is not the first weekend or the first night that they've been out there with their children on that particular corner or
예,
in that parking
그리고
lot.
예, 그리고 제가 이야기하려고 했던 게 뭐냐면은 그 아버지도 피해자 중에 한 명이고 어머니도 피해자 중에 한 명인데 그날 아이를 데리고 그 두 사람이 나와 있었던 게 그날이 처음 그날 뭐 그날 밤이나 그날 그 주말이 처음이 아니라는 거죠. 그 주차장에서.
Sergeant Tibbs, did I read correctly in the media that some on the sidewalk returned fire at the drive-by shooters that night?
There
잠깐만 좀
have,
예,
we're
잠깐만
still
기다려
having an
주세요.
ongoing, we are still having an ongoing investigation, and while those things are still being sorted out, I don't want to disrupt an ongoing investigation because we have the local homicide investigation going as well as federal investigations that are running in relationship to that area and and certainly with that night in question.
네네. 사전 접시 그 사이드 그 보도에 있는 사람들 일부가 그 총기가 발사가 되었을 때 반대로 그쪽에서도 총기를 발사했다는 게 사실인가요? 그 부분에 대해서는 여전히 수사가 진행 중입니다. 그래서 제가 이야기를 하고 싶지 않습니다. 지금 지방 그 경찰뿐만이 아니라 연방 경찰에서도 어떤 살인 사건이 계류 중입니다.
We'll certainly respect not compromising an investigation, Sergeant Tubbs. But if I understand correctly, the violence is the result of interaction between rival drug crews in that immediate area. Is that correct?
예, 제가 물론 그 수사가 진행되는 부분에 대해서 어떤 그 수사에 문제를 일으키고 싶지 않습니다. 그런데 그 폭력 사건이 남북한 그 사건이 일어난 것이 그 이유가 그 라이벌인 드러갱이 서로 이렇게 충돌을 했기 때문이다라고 했는데 제가 맞게 이해를 했습니까?
To put it in more accurately, the liquor store side has been designated one cruise area, and the melon side has been designated the other cruise area. And as a result, anything on those areas and in between is caught into their conflict zone. So therefore, it's very important that the businesses, especially Mart Liquor and the business on the other side, assist and cooperate us because their businesses are definitely going to be affected by anything that these crews do.
그러니까 그 리커 사이드 같은 경우에는 한쪽 크루에서 맡고 있고요. 그리고 그 말렌 사이드 같은 경우에도 다른 그 크루가 맡고 있기 때문에 지금 그 중간 지역이 문제의 어떤 충돌 지역이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 리커스나 그 다른 그 쪽에서 경찰의 어떤 협조를 구하는 것이 굉장히 중요합니다. 왜냐하면은 그 행위들이 그 가게에 영향을 주기 때문입니다.
And am I correct that the 6-year-old child's father has been indicted for being a member of one of these competing crews?
그래서 그 6살짜리 아이의 아버지가 지금 그 갱 멤버로서 어떤 기소를 당했다고 들었는데 맞습니까?
That is correct.
예, 맞습니다.
Sergeant, thank you very much for your testimony, but also for your efforts to clean this up.
예, 예. 사전, 경관님, 그러면은 오늘 증언을 해주셔서 감사하고요. 그리고 이 지역을 정리를 해 주신 데 대해서, 주시려고 하는 것에 대해서 감사드립니다.
Mr. O'Brien, I'd asked if you had any final thoughts. I'm going to bring this hearing to a closure.
예, 예. 오브라이언 씨, 만약에 마지막으로 하시고 싶은 말씀이 있으십니까? 그렇지 않으면 오늘 심리를 끝내도록 하겠습니다.
I don't have much more. I don't think I have anything more to say, Mr. Chair, but I do want to attempt to share the screen to show you the establishment's MPD call log showing 222 calls since January 1st of this year, so that you can view the police chief's statement that there have been 256 calls in context. So I believe I have to have your permission to share the screen.
Ms. Andrews, can you give Mr. O'Brien the ability to share his screen, please?
예, 저는 더 이상 말씀드릴 거는 없고요. 다만 제가 그 2021년 1월부터 한 222건의 그 전화 콜 로그를 화면에 공유를 하고 싶습니다. 그래서 그것을 그 폴리스 치프께서 말씀하신 그 256건의 콜 로그 그 맥락에서 보시면 되겠습니다.
Mr. O'Brien, you may share your screen now.
오브라이언 씨, 그러면은 지금 공유를 하셔도 됩니다.
And now I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Come on, Mr. O'Brien, you're an attorney. You can't ask a question if you don't know the answer, sir. Come on.
Mr. Chair, I'm an attorney because I couldn't cut it in IT.
Okay, Mr. O'Brien, I'm going to give you a few instructions. Do you see the share content button at the bottom next to your start video?
Let me go back. Yes, I see the share button.
Okay, is your document open already?
I have it open in Firefox.
Okay, so once you click share, click the
Yes.
Firefox option. If you don't see it immediately, you might have to scroll down.
Okay, I've clicked share. It says share content.
Mm-hmm.
Now I clicked, but I
You
don't
see-
I don't see what you're saying.
Is there a screen option, share screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there it is, Firefox.
Okay, click
Click it?
Firefox. Yep.
Okay, I did. Or do I double click it?
Try double clicking it. There we go.
All right, is it on the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I will relate to you that this is the establishment's call log for MPD starting with January 1st of this year. I know we talked about an 18-month window with Sergeant Tubbs. The police chief mentioned in essence a 6.5-month window. This log corresponds to the police chief's 6.5 month. And let me see here. Obviously, we're not going to do it, but you could see multiple calls, many days.
지금 이게 폴리스 치프가 그러니까 6개월 반 동안 이렇게 6개월 반 동안에 그 콜로그를 보여주고 있고요. 지금 여러 날에 수많은 전화가 되었습니다.
And Mr. Chair, I scrolled through it quickly. I can stop anywhere that any board member would want to. But I will represent to the board that a member of our staff here at the office counted 222 calls. Could be off one or two either way. But I wanted the board to be aware that the vast majority of the calls for service referred to in the police chief's letter to the board, in fact, originated from this store seeking assistance.
예. 그리고 지금 제가 이거를 스크롤을 하고 있기 때문에 원하시는데 저희가 멈출 수 있는데 지금 저희 이제 사무실에 직원이 세어봤더니 222건이 되었고요. 물론 한두 개 정도는 오차가 생길 수는 있지만요. 그리고 이 절대 다수가 그 가게에서 지원을 요청하는 전화였습니다.
Okay, and can I ask Ms. Andrews how I unshare, get rid of this document?
그러면은 앤드루스 제가 이거를 어떤 식으로 공유를 그만하는지 알려주시겠습니까?
Sure. Mr. O'Brien, take your cursor and take it all the way to the top of your screen, all the way till you can't go anymore. And there should be a drop down that pops up that says stop sharing.
You're sharing two applications.
You see stop sharing.
Oh, stop sharing, got it.
Yes.
Stop sharing.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews, for your assistance. Mr.
Indeed.
O'Brien, are you good?
No problem.
Are you
All right.
done, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I think everything we have to say on this, Mr. Chair, has been brought forth either through my questions of the investigator and Sergeant Tubbs and my representation to Sergeant Tubbs of the ongoing pledge of cooperation and most immediate to getting with the landlord immediately and finding a way to close that parking lot off when the store closes.
예, 제가 하고 싶은 해야 될 이야기들은 그 질문 등을 통해서 이제 수사관이나 아니면 사전 첩스를 통해서 했고요. 그리고 그 가게 측에서는 협조를 약속을 했고요. 그리고 그 주차장의 경우에는 주차장을 이렇게 그 폐쇄하는 것에 대해서는 그 주인을 연루시키기로 했습니다.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your participation today. I want to thank you, Mr. O'Brien, Sergeant Tubbs, Ms. Plates, Ms. Cho. Thank you very much for your participation today. The board will take this matter under advisement.
예, 여러분 모두 감사드리고요. 오늘 참석해 주셔서 감사합니다. 오브라이언 씨, 사전 탑 씨, 그리고 플레이키드 씨, 그리고 미스 조 오늘 감사드리고요. 그러면은 저희 위원회에서는 이 문제에 대해서 숙고를 하도록 하겠습니다.
And thank you, Miss. Are you still there, Mr. O'Brien? Well, Mr. O'Brien and Ms. Cho for your agreement to work with MPD to bring some improvements to this area. So again, thank you very much for your participation today. And the state of the board will take this matter under advisement, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
예, 오브라이언 씨 그리고 미스 조 그 MPD하고 협조를 해서 개선을 해 주시는 것에 대해서 다시 한번 감사를 드리고요. 저희 위원회에서는 이 문제에 대해서 숙고를 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면은 오늘 이 심리는 휴정하도록 하겠습니다.
All right. Thank you. Everyone, the interpreter, Sergeant Tubbs, Ms. Cho, Mr. O'Brien, Ms. Plates, thank you again, and you're free to go. Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다. 그 통역사분 그리고 사전 첩씨 그리고 미스 조, 오브라이언 씨, 플레이트 씨 이제 심리가 끝났기 때문에 이제 그 원하신다면은 이 미팅은 이제 나가셔도 됩니다. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you very much. All right then. Bye-bye. All right. We have come to the end of our calendar for today. And what I'm going to do, let's do our calendar for Thursday, August 5th, 2021. For August 5th of 2021, we have a protest hearing case number 21 PRO 00029, which is Master Liquors, license number 074594. This case is canceled and continued to November 4th, 2021 at 10 a.m. See board order number 2021-434. The next case on the calendar for August 5th, it's case number 21 PRO 00030 Capitol View Market, license number 076250. This case is canceled and continued to September 22nd, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. See board order number 2021-433. We're now at the end of the calendar for tomorrow, and we've concluded our business for the day, and I will now bring this meeting to closure. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on August 11th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for August 11th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on August 6th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree, as it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I would like to thank the board members for your participation today, and I'd also like to thank the members of the public who have participated or viewed this hearing on our YouTube channel. We're adjourned for the day. Have a great day. I now direct all board members to return to executive sessions for further deliberation. Thank you very much and have a great day.